Tonight, you don't need to decide anything. Not what to do next. Not how to feel. Not what this moment means. If your mind feels slightly suspended, as if it's waiting for a conclusion that hasn't arrived, that is okay. Some moments are not asking for decisions. They are asking for rest. The Buddha taught that much of our exhaustion does not come from action, but from constantly choosing, evaluating, and deciding, even when nothing urgent is happening. Perhaps today was filled with small choices. What to say, what not to say, what to do now, what to leave for later, or perhaps today felt unclear without any obvious decision at all. Just a quiet sense of standing in the middle of things. You don't need to resolve any of that tonight. As you listen, allow your body to settle naturally. If you are lying down, feel how the surface beneath you supports you without asking anything in return. You do not need to hold yourself together anymore. If you are sitting, let the weight of your body drop downward. Let gravity do the work. Let the shoulders soften. Let the hands rest. Let the breath move freely. There is nothing to choose right now. In Buddhism, there is a gentle understanding. Life does not always move forward by decision. Sometimes it moves forward by allowing uncertainty, allowing stillness, allowing the moment to remain open without being closed too quickly. Tonight's stories will stay close to those moments when nothing is clearly right or wrong, moments when action can wait, moments when rest is possible without knowing what comes next. These are not dramatic moments. They are quiet ones, and they are often where peace hides. If your attention drifts, let it drift. If sleep comes early, let it come. The Dharma does not require effort. Sometimes it enters most deeply when the mind stops choosing. So now, take one slow breath in. And as you breathe out, let go of the need to decide anything at all. The first story begins with a very ordinary situation, a small pause in the middle of a routine, and a realization about how much tension comes from deciding too soon. When you are ready, we will begin Story 1. The email he didn't send. The message was already written. Not long, not emotional. Just a few clear sentences on the screen. Ethan sat at his desk, laptop open, cursor blinking patiently at the end of the last line. He had read the email several times. Each time, it felt fine. Nothing seemed wrong, and yet, his finger didn't move. He didn't press send. The room around him was quiet. Evening light slipped through the window, softening the edges of the desk and the walls. There was no urgency, no deadline approaching, no one waiting anxiously on the other end. Still, Ethan remained still. The Buddha taught that indecision is not always confusion. Sometimes it is wisdom that has not yet found its shape. Ethan leaned back slightly in his chair. He felt a subtle tension in his chest. Not anxiety, just a sense of pause. The kind that appears when action is possible but not required. He closed the laptop gently, not with finality, just for now. The email would still be there later. He stood up and walked to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, drank it slowly. He noticed how his body relaxed when he stepped away from the decision. The tension softened, as if the pressure had never been necessary. He realized how often he pushed himself to decide, to act quickly, to resolve things immediately, as if waiting were a mistake. But standing there now, he felt something else: relief. The email did not need to be sent tonight. Nothing bad would happen if it waited. The Buddha taught that stillness is not the absence of movement, but the absence of forcing. Ethan returned to the desk and opened the laptop again. The email was exactly as he left it. He read it once more. It still felt fine. He still didn't send it, and this time, that felt right. Not because he was avoiding anything, but because the moment did not ask for completion. He rested his hands on the desk and took a slow breath. In, out. The cursor blinked. Patient, unconcerned. Ethan realized something quietly. Not every open loop needs to be closed immediately. Some things settle when we stop pushing them to finish. The email could wait, and so could he. In the next part of this story, a small moment later that night will gently deepen this understanding, revealing how peace appears when we allow decisions to unfold in their own time. Later that night, Ethan moved through his apartment quietly, not tiptoeing, just unhurried. He washed the glass he had used earlier and placed it on the drying rack. The sound was soft, unimportant. He noticed how the evening felt different now, less tight, less expectant. The email still existed, somewhere, but it no longer pulled at him. He sat down on the couch and leaned back, letting his shoulders sink into the cushions. The room was dim, one lamp on, everything else in shadow. He noticed his breath. In, out. The body responded immediately, slower, deeper. A thought appeared. Maybe I should send it now. The thought was gentle, reasonable. Ethan didn't argue with it. He simply noticed how it felt in his body. A slight tightening, a subtle leaning forward. He let the thought pass. Another thought followed. It can wait. This one felt different, softer. The body relaxed around it. The Buddha taught that clarity does not always come from thinking harder. Sometimes it comes from listening to the body. Ethan stayed where he was. The couch supported him easily. He felt the weight of his legs, the warmth of the room. Outside, a distant sound drifted by and then disappeared. He realized how much energy he usually spent deciding, even when the decision was small. What to respond, how to respond, when to respond. Each choice carried a sense of pressure, as if choosing incorrectly would create lasting consequences. But tonight, the absence of decision felt safe. Nothing collapsed. Nothing went wrong. Time continued to move. The evening continued to be an evening. Ethan stood up and prepared for bed. He moved slowly without rushing to finish anything. The email remained unsent, and that felt okay. As he lay down, the bed welcomed him immediately. The body knew what to do. The mind followed slowly. He noticed how rarely he allowed himself to pause without explanation, to not decide and not justify it. The Buddha taught that wisdom often speaks quietly. It does not push, it waits. Ethan felt tired now, not exhausted, gently tired. The kind of tiredness that comes when effort softens. The email floated through his mind once more, less clear, less defined. It no longer asked anything of him. He didn't promise himself he would send it tomorrow. He didn't promise himself anything at all. He simply rested, breathing in, breathing out. The day settled, thoughts thinned, the space between breaths widened, and somewhere between one breath and the next, sleep arrived. Not because a decision had been made, but because none was needed. As you rest now, listening, you may notice how the body relaxes when it is not being pushed to decide. Some things remain open, some things wait, and peace does not disappear. In the next story, we will explore another very quiet habit of the mind. Not deciding, but explaining. That subtle urge to understand everything, even when understanding is not required. Through a very ordinary situation, the Buddha's teaching on letting experience be simple will gently unfold. The question that didn't need an answer. It was a simple moment, so ordinary that most people would not remember it. A short conversation, a brief exchange, nothing important. Emma was standing by the sink, washing a few dishes left from dinner, when her phone buzzed on the counter behind her. She glanced at it. A message. Just one sentence. I'll be late tonight. No explanation, no detail, no reason given. Emma read it once, then again. The words themselves were neutral, not cold, not warm, just information. And yet, something inside her stirred. Not worry, not fear, just curiosity. The kind that doesn't feel urgent at first. She placed the dish in the rack and dried her hands slowly. Picked up the phone. Read the message again. Her mind began to move. Late because of work. Late because of traffic. Late because of something else. None of the questions felt dramatic. They felt reasonable, almost automatic. The Buddha taught that the mind seeks explanation, not because it needs one, but because it believes explanation creates safety. Emma leaned against the counter and stared at the screen. The message did not change. It did not offer more. And yet, the mind continued to ask. She noticed a slight tightening in her chest, a subtle sense of leaning forward, as if the moment were incomplete without more information. She typed a reply, "Okay," then paused, deleted it, typed again. "Everything all right?" Then stopped. Her thumb hovered over the screen. She felt the impulse clearly now, not to communicate, but to understand, to fill the space left by uncertainty. Emma set the phone down without sending anything. She returned to the sink and continued washing the dishes. The water was warm, the sound steady. The plates felt solid in her hands. For a few seconds, the questions faded. Then they returned. Why didn't he explain? Am I supposed to ask? Does it mean something? The Buddha taught that suffering often begins when we believe every moment must make sense. Emma realized how familiar this pattern was. A look that felt unclear, a tone that felt ambiguous, a silence that felt unfinished. And immediately, the mind moved in, trying to explain, trying to connect dots that might not exist. She finished the dishes and dried her hands again. The kitchen was quiet now, clean, still. Nothing was actually wrong. And yet, the mind was busy. She picked up the phone once more. The message was still there, exactly the same. She noticed something gently. The message itself was neutral. The discomfort was coming from the need to understand it. She sat down at the table and rested her elbows lightly on the surface. Her breath was shallow. She let it deepen. In, out. The questions did not disappear, but they softened just a little. The Buddha taught that not every experience asks to be explained. Some experiences simply ask to be experienced. Emma looked around the kitchen. Everything was in its place. The moment was complete, even without an explanation. She felt tired suddenly, not physically, mentally. Tired of turning something small into something heavy. She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes briefly. The questions were still there, but she did not chase them. She let them sit unanswered, and to her surprise, nothing fell apart. The evening continued. The room remained calm. The message stayed exactly as it was. And for the first time, Emma noticed something quietly important. Understanding had not brought her peace. Letting go of the need to understand had. In the next part of this story, a quiet moment later that night will gently deepen this realization, revealing how relief appears when we stop asking life to explain itself. Emma remained at the table after the kitchen was clean. She did not turn on music. She did not reach for another distraction. She stayed with the quiet. The phone rested face down beside her. For a while, she forgot about it. Then the thought returned. He didn't explain. The thought carried no accusation. It was simply a statement. And yet, her body reacted. A subtle tightening behind the ribs. A gentle pressure in the throat. She noticed how quickly the mind wanted to respond, to build a story, to fill the silence with meaning. The Buddha taught that the mind is uncomfortable with open space. When there is no explanation, it creates one. Emma leaned back in her chair and placed one hand on her stomach. She felt the warmth there, the slow rise and fall of breath. In, out. She noticed how the body did not ask questions. The body simply breathed. The mind, however, continued to circle. If I don't ask, will I regret it? If I don't know, will I feel foolish later? These thoughts felt protective, as if understanding were a form of safety. Emma smiled faintly, not because she had an answer, but because she saw the pattern clearly now. The need to explain was not about the message. It was about control. Understanding made her feel prepared, protected, less vulnerable. But sitting here now, nothing dangerous was happening. The apartment was quiet. The lights were soft. She was safe. She stood up and walked slowly to the window, looked out at the street below. A few cars passed. Lights flickered in nearby apartments. Life continued, unbothered by unanswered questions. Emma noticed how peaceful the scene was. No explanations, no commentary, just movement. She realized something gently. Nature does not explain itself. The night does not justify its darkness. The day does not explain why it ends. And yet, everything functions perfectly. The Buddha taught that wisdom does not require explanation. It requires presence. Emma felt the tightness in her chest soften slightly. The questions were still there, but they no longer felt urgent. She returned to the table and picked up the phone. Read the message once more. "I'll be late tonight." That was all. She did not reply, not out of avoidance, but because there was nothing to add. She placed the phone down again. The moment did not collapse. The relationship did not weaken. The evening remained whole. Time passed gently. She noticed the way the light changed in the room, the way shadows deepened, the way her body grew tired, not drained, just ready. As she prepared for bed, the questions followed her, but like quiet companions, not demanding ones. They no longer needed to be answered. They could simply be present. The Buddha taught that peace comes when we stop insisting that every door be opened. Some doors are meant to remain closed without harm. Lying in bed, Emma felt her breath slow. In, out. The mind grew quieter, not silent, but less insistent. She realized something quietly profound. Not knowing had not hurt her. It had softened her, allowed her to rest. The questions faded into the background, not solved, not resolved, just no longer important. In the next part of this story, a brief moment in the middle of the night will quietly complete this lesson, showing how rest deepens when we allow life to remain unexplained. Sometime during the night, Emma woke briefly, not fully awake, just aware enough to notice the quiet. The room was dark, still. She lay on her side, listening to her own breathing. For a moment, the thought returned. Why was he late? It appeared softly, without urgency. She noticed it the same way she noticed the darkness. Present, but not demanding. Her body felt heavy, supported. The bed held her without effort. She realized something gently. The question had followed her into sleep, and nothing bad had happened. No tension had built. No anxiety had grown. The question existed without an answer, and peace existed alongside it. The Buddha taught that suffering does not come from not knowing. It comes from refusing to live with not knowing. Emma felt the truth of this now. The question drifted away on its own, not pushed, not resolved, just unvisited. Her breathing deepened. The space between thoughts widened. There was no need to think, no need to understand. Sleep returned easily. In the morning, light entered the room quietly. Emma woke feeling rested, not because she had gained clarity, but because she had rested without demanding it. Her phone buzzed gently, a new message. Long meeting ran late. See you soon. She read it once and smiled softly, not with relief, but with understanding. The explanation arrived on its own, and she realized something important. Peace had come before the explanation, and it would have remained even if it hadn't. The Buddha taught that when we stop chasing answers, life offers them, or not, without disturbing our rest. Emma set the phone down and stretched. The day began. Simple, uncomplicated. As you rest here now, listening, you may notice how the body relaxes when it is not required to understand everything. Some questions remain open. Some explanations arrive later. And still, peace is possible. In the next story, we will explore another very quiet habit of the mind. Not explaining, but measuring. The subtle habit of comparing moments, judging them as better or worse, instead of letting them simply be. Through a very ordinary experience, the Buddha's teaching on non-measurement will gently unfold. The walk that wasn't good enough. The walk began without intention, just a habit. After dinner, Noah put on his shoes and stepped outside, letting the door close softly behind him. The air was cool, not cold, not warm, just evening air, settling in after the day. He walked down the familiar street at an unhurried pace. Street lights were already on, casting soft circles of light on the pavement. Everything felt ordinary, and almost immediately the measuring began. This walk feels shorter than usual. I'm not as relaxed as yesterday. It's not as peaceful as I expected. The thoughts came quietly, not critical, not loud, just subtle comparisons. Noah walked on. His body moved easily. His breath was steady. Nothing was actually wrong, and yet the moment felt slightly lacking. The Buddha taught that the mind measures constantly, not because it needs to, but because it believes measurement creates meaning. Noah noticed how his attention drifted away from the walk itself. Instead of feeling the ground beneath his feet, he was comparing this walk to other walks. Better ones, calmer ones, walks that had felt more successful. He slowed slightly, then sped up again, trying to adjust the experience, trying to make it better. The street looked the same. The trees stood quietly along the sidewalk. A faint breeze moved the leaves. Everything was exactly as it was meant to be, except for the mind's quiet verdict: not enough. Noah stopped at the corner and stood still for a moment. He felt the weight of his body, the contact of his shoes with the ground, the gentle rhythm of breath. In, out. The measuring did not stop. I should enjoy this more. I usually feel calmer by now. Why isn't this working? He smiled faintly, not in frustration, in recognition. He had done this before, not only with walks, with mornings, with conversations, with rest, always holding the present moment up against an invisible scale, always deciding whether it measured up. The Buddha taught that suffering arises when we compare what is to what we think should be. Noah continued walking, but more slowly now. Not to be mindful, just because there was no reason to rush. He noticed the sound of his footsteps, the quiet rhythm. He noticed a house with its windows softly lit, someone inside, living their evening. The moment felt simple, plain, and the mind whispered again, "This isn't special." Noah felt the subtle disappointment behind the thought. Not dramatic, just a quiet sense of missing something. He realized something gently. The walk itself was not disappointing. The measuring was. He had turned a simple walk into a performance. Something to evaluate, something to rate. He stopped measuring his pace, stopped checking his breath, stopped trying to feel a certain way. He just walked. The measuring loosened slightly, not gone, but less convincing. He felt a small release in his chest. The shoulders dropped a little. The breath deepened on its own. The Buddha taught that when we stop measuring life, life stops feeling insufficient. Noah didn't try to hold on to that thought. He let it pass. The walk continued, unimpressive, unremarkable, and strangely peaceful. In the next part of this story, a very small moment near the end of the walk will gently deepen this realization, revealing how freedom appears when we let moments be exactly as they are, without asking them to be better. Noah kept walking, not because he had somewhere to go, not because the walk needed to be finished. He walked because his body was already in motion. The street stretched ahead quietly. No dramatic views, no special sounds, just pavement, light, and air. The mind returned to its habit. This part of the walk is boring. I should feel more present than this. The thoughts floated by gently. Noah noticed how even the idea of being present had become another measurement, another standard to meet. He felt a slight tightening in his chest again. Not strong, just familiar. The Buddha taught that even spiritual ideas can become tools of comparison. Noah slowed his steps without intending to. His feet met the ground softly, heel, toe, heel, toe. He noticed how the body knew how to walk without evaluating the experience. The body did not ask if this walk was meaningful. It simply moved. He felt the air on his face, cool, neutral, not refreshing, not unpleasant, just air. The mind tried again. Other walks felt deeper. I remember one night when everything felt clearer. The memory appeared briefly. A past walk, a different evening, a different feeling. And immediately, the present moment felt smaller by comparison. Noah recognized this pattern clearly now. The moment itself was not being experienced. It was being compared, measured against memory, measured against expectation, measured against an idea of how this walk should feel. He stopped near a tree and rested one hand lightly on the rough bark. The texture grounded him, real, unchanging. The tree did not compare this night to other nights. It did not judge the walk. It simply stood. The Buddha taught that peace is found when we stop asking experience to impress us. Noah let his hand fall back to his side. He stood still for a few breaths. In, out. The measuring continued, but more weakly now, like an echo losing its source. He realized something gently. The walk didn't need to be good. It didn't need to calm him. It didn't need to teach him anything. It only needed to be a walk. He resumed walking, but without expectation, not hoping it would improve, not disappointed if it didn't, just walking. The street lights passed one by one, pools of light, then shadow, then light again. He noticed how the rhythm soothed him once he stopped judging it. The mind grew quieter, not silent, but less busy. Thoughts appeared farther apart, less urgent. He felt a subtle warmth spread through his chest. Not joy, not satisfaction, just ease. The Buddha taught that when we stop measuring life, we stop feeling behind. Noah realized how often he felt behind. Behind where he should be emotionally. Behind where he thought he should be spiritually. Behind some invisible version of himself. Walking now, none of that mattered. There was no finish line, no score, no evaluation. Just this step, then the next. His breathing slowed naturally, in, out. The walk continued without meaning, and because of that, it felt complete. As he neared the end of the block, Noah noticed something quietly surprising. The walk had changed, not because it had become better, but because he had stopped asking it to be. The measuring had loosened its grip, not permanently, but enough. enough for rest to appear, enough for the body to soften, enough for the mind to settle. In the next part of this story, a moment after returning home will gently complete this lesson, showing how freedom deepens when we stop grading our experiences and allow them to end without judgment. When Noah reached his building, he paused at the door, not because he was thinking, but because his body had slowed naturally. The walk had ended. There was no clear feeling about it, no conclusion, no judgment rising to summarize the experience. And for once, that felt right. He stepped inside and closed the door softly behind him. The apartment greeted him with familiar stillness. The lights were low, the air calm. He took off his shoes and set them by the wall. Usually, this would be the moment his mind reviewed the walk. Was it worth it? Did it help? Did I feel better? But tonight, those questions did not arrive, or if they did, they passed without settling. Noah sat down on the couch and leaned back. He felt the gentle support beneath him. The walk was already fading from memory, not because it was unimportant, but because it did not ask to be remembered. The Buddha taught that experiences do not need to be evaluated in order to be complete. They complete themselves when we stop holding on to them. Noah noticed how light his body felt now. Not energized, not especially calm, just unburdened, as if something small had been set down. He realized how often he carried moments forward, rating them, comparing them, turning them into evidence of progress or failure. But this walk had left no trace, and that was its gift. He lay down later that night, the room dark and quiet. His breath slowed easily, in, out. The walk did not return in his thoughts. There was nothing to replay, nothing to improve, nothing to regret. It had ended, and he had allowed it to end. The Buddha taught that when we stop measuring life, life stops asking us to keep score. Noah felt that truth settle gently in his body. His muscles softened. The space behind his eyes relaxed. Thoughts became faint. The day dissolved without ceremony, and sleep arrived naturally. As you rest here now, listening, you may notice how the body relaxes when moments are allowed to end without being judged. Some experiences are not meant to be good or bad. They are meant to be lived and then released. In the next story, we will explore another very quiet habit of the mind. Not measuring, but holding expectations. That subtle tension of hoping the next moment will feel a certain way. Through a very ordinary situation, The Buddha's teaching on meeting reality gently will quietly unfold. The evening that was supposed to feel better. The evening had been planned carefully, not in detail, not with excitement, just with a quiet assumption. After the long day, things would soften. That was the idea. Mila arrived home just after sunset. She placed her bag down by the door and slipped off her shoes. The apartment was quiet, clean, orderly. She turned on a lamp and felt the warm light fill the room. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the part of the day that was supposed to feel better. She moved slowly into the kitchen and began preparing a simple dinner. Nothing complicated, something familiar. She believed this would help. As the water heated, she leaned against the counter and waited. The smell of food filled the air gently. She took a breath, in, out, and noticed something immediately. The day had not lifted. Her shoulders were still tight. Her chest still felt slightly heavy. Nothing dramatic, just unchanged. The Buddha taught that suffering often hides inside expectations we barely notice. Mila stirred the pot and tasted the food. It was fine, exactly as it should be. She sat down at the table and ate slowly. She expected the comfort to arrive somewhere between the first few bites. It didn't. The food warmed her body, but the feeling inside remained neutral. Not unpleasant, just not what she had hoped for. She noticed the thought form quietly. I thought I'd feel more relaxed by now. The thought wasn't critical. It was disappointed. She continued eating, but her attention drifted. She had been looking forward to this evening all day. The quiet, the space, the relief. And now that it was here, it felt ordinary. The Buddha taught that expectation is a future moment placed on top of the present one. Mila finished her meal and washed the dishes slowly. The water ran warm over her hands. She focused on the sensation, hoping it would help. For a moment, it did. Then the thought returned. Maybe later I'll feel better. She dried her hands and sat on the couch, pulled a blanket over her legs. This was supposed to be the best part. She leaned back and closed her eyes briefly. Her body was tired, her mind still alert. She felt the subtle tension of waiting, not for something specific, for a feeling of ease, of closure, of rest. The Buddha taught that when we wait for a moment to feel right, we quietly resist the one that is already here. Mila opened her eyes and looked around the room. Everything was in place. The light was soft. The space was calm. There was no reason for discomfort. And yet, the expectation lingered like a quiet pressure. She realized something gently. She wasn't unhappy. She was waiting to be happier. And in that waiting, she wasn't fully here. She adjusted the blanket and shifted her position, trying to make the moment fit the expectation. It didn't. The moment remained itself, plain, uneventful, and strangely honest. Mila sighed softly and let her body sink deeper into the couch. She stopped trying to feel better, just for a moment. She noticed her breath again. In, out. The expectation did not disappear, but it softened just slightly, enough for her shoulders to drop, enough for the breath to slow. The Buddha taught that peace does not arrive when moments meet our expectations. It arrives when expectations loosen their grip. Mila stayed there, allowing the evening to be what it was. Not better, not worse, just evening. In the next part of this story, a very small moment later that night will gently deepen this realization, revealing how rest appears when we stop asking the moment to be different from itself. Mila stayed on the couch longer than she expected. She didn't turn on the television, didn't reach for her phone. She let the quiet remain untouched. At first, the expectation was still there, not as a clear thought, more like a subtle leaning forward, a quiet sense that something was missing. She noticed how her body held that expectation, a slight lift in the shoulders, a gentle tightness in the chest, a breath that did not fully settle. She hadn't realized she was still waiting for the evening to arrive, even though it was already here. The Buddha taught that expectation is a form of reaching toward a moment that does not yet exist. Mila rested her head against the back of the couch. The fabric felt cool, supportive. She allowed her arms to rest loosely by her sides. Her breath slowed a little. In, out. The thought appeared again. Maybe tomorrow will feel lighter. She noticed it without judgment. Noticed how naturally the mind moved away from now, toward later, toward something better, something easier. She smiled faintly, not because she felt peaceful, but because she saw the habit clearly. She had been postponing rest, telling herself it would come after the right feeling appeared. But the body did not need the right feeling. The body needed permission. She shifted slightly and let her legs stretch out fully. The blanket settled around her. The room felt still. She listened to the quiet sounds of the building. A distant door closing. Footsteps far away. Then nothing. Life was slowing down, whether she felt ready or not. The Buddha taught that when we stop asking the moment to improve, we discover that it has been enough all along. Mila felt a wave of tiredness move through her. Not exhaustion, relief. The effort of hoping softened. Her shoulders dropped further, her jaw unclenched. She realized how much energy she had spent all day waiting for the next moment to feel different. Morning, waiting for afternoon. Afternoon, waiting for evening. Evening, waiting for rest. And now, here was rest, quiet, undramatic, already present. She placed one hand gently on her stomach, felt the slow movement of breath. In, out. The expectation loosened, not vanished, but no longer gripping. It became just another sensation, like warmth, like weight, something passing through. Mila did not try to make the evening meaningful. She did not ask it to comfort her. She simply allowed it to exist. And something subtle happened. The moment stopped pushing back. It softened. Not because it changed, but because she stopped pushing it to change. Her thoughts grew slower, less urgent. They came, paused, and drifted away. The space between them widened. Time passed without being counted. The lamp cast a steady glow. The room held her quietly. She felt safe, held. Nothing needed to happen next. As the evening deepened, Mila felt ready for bed. Not because she felt better, but because she felt finished with waiting. She stood up slowly and turned off the lamp. The darkness felt gentle, not empty, just calm. Later, lying in bed, she noticed how easily her body settled. There was no review of the evening, no judgment, no sense of success or failure, just breath. In, out. The expectation tried once more to appear, a faint thought. Tomorrow will be better. She let it pass. Tomorrow did not matter now. This moment did, and this moment did not ask for anything. The Buddha taught that when expectation dissolves, rest naturally follows. Mila felt that truth settle into her body. Her breathing deepened. Her awareness softened. The evening that was supposed to feel better ended without becoming anything special. And that was exactly why she could rest. In the next part of this story, a quiet moment in the middle of the night will gently complete this lesson, showing how peace remains even when expectations never arrive. Sometime during the night, Mila woke gently, not startled, not fully awake, just aware enough to notice the darkness. The room was quiet, still. She lay on her back, one hand resting lightly on her chest, feeling the slow rise and fall beneath her palm. For a moment, A thought appeared. Did the evening ever get better? The thought was faint, almost curious. She didn't answer it. She didn't need to. Her body felt calm, supported. The bed held her without effort. She noticed something quietly important. Even though the evening had never turned into what she expected, rest had arrived anyway. Sleep had not waited for satisfaction. Peace had not waited for the right feeling. The Buddha taught that peace is not a reward for a good moment. It is the natural state that appears when we stop demanding. Mila felt the truth of this settle deeply now. The expectation had fallen asleep before she did. It was no longer present. Only breath remained. In, out. The thought drifted away on its own, not solved, not answered, just unnecessary. She turned slightly onto her side. The movement was slow, unforced. The night continued to hold her. In the morning, light entered the room quietly. Mila woke without urgency. Her body felt rested, not refreshed in a dramatic way, just steady. She sat up and noticed something surprising. There was no sense of disappointment, no lingering feeling that the evening had failed. It had simply passed, and she had rested inside it. She moved through her morning routine calmly. As she made tea, she noticed the familiar urge to hope. Today will feel lighter. The thought appeared softly. She smiled, not because she believed it, but because she didn't need it. She sipped the tea slowly. The warmth spread gently. The moment was simple, unremarkable, and complete. The Buddha taught that when expectations fall away, life becomes easier to meet. Mila felt ready, not for anything specific, just ready to be where she was. As you rest here now, listening, you may notice how the body relaxes when expectations loosen, when moments are allowed to be ordinary. In the final story, we will explore one last, very subtle habit of the mind. Not expectation, not comparison, not explanation, but control. That quiet urge to manage even the smallest details, believing it will bring peace. Through a very ordinary situation, the Buddha's teaching on trusting the flow of life will gently unfold. The way he tried to fix the silence. The room was quiet, not the peaceful kind, not the heavy kind, just quiet. Ben sat alone at the small table by the window, a cup of tea cooling slowly in front of him. He had finished everything he planned to do for the evening. Emails answered, dishes washed, lights dimmed. This was the part of the night meant for rest. And yet, his body did not rest. He shifted in his chair, straightened the cup so the handle faced outward, adjusted the curtain slightly, even though it was already closed. The silence remained. Ben noticed the urge immediately. The urge to do something, to fix the quiet. The Buddha taught that control often appears when we feel uncomfortable with stillness. Ben didn't think of himself as controlling. He was just attentive, careful. He liked things a certain way. The tea had gone lukewarm. He stood up and reheated it, even though he wasn't sure he wanted more. The kettle clicked off. Steam rose. He poured the water slowly, returned to the table, sat down again. The silence returned, unchanged. He sighed softly, not in frustration, more in confusion. Why doesn't this feel settled yet? The thought appeared quietly. He looked around the room. Everything was in place. Nothing was wrong. And yet, something inside him kept adjusting, trying to smooth the moment, trying to manage it. The Buddha taught that the desire to control often comes from a belief that peace needs assistance. Ben crossed his legs, then uncrossed them. He noticed how his breath was slightly held, not tight, just cautious, as if waiting for something to go wrong. He took a slow breath in, then out. The silence did not soften. It did not respond. It simply stayed. Ben realized how often this happened. Moments that were quiet, but not quiet enough. Free time that felt unfinished. Evenings that needed improvement. He picked up his phone and checked it without thinking. No new messages. No notifications. He placed it back on the table. The movement felt unnecessary. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. The silence felt larger with his eyes closed, more noticeable. His mind reached again. Maybe some music would help. Maybe I should read. Maybe I should meditate. Each suggestion carried the same assumption. This moment needs to be guided. Ben smiled faintly, not amused, aware. He realized something gently. He was not uncomfortable because the room was silent. He was uncomfortable because he wasn't controlling it. The Buddha taught that peace does not come from arranging life perfectly. It comes from trusting life to be as it is. Ben rested his hands on the table and felt the solid surface beneath his palms. He felt the chair supporting his weight. He felt his feet on the floor. None of these things needed adjustment. They were already doing their job. The silence was not empty. It was just unmanaged. And that was what unsettled him. He let his shoulders drop, just a little. His breath deepened slightly. The urge to fix did not disappear, but it paused, like a hand hovering in midair. Ben stayed still, did not reach, did not adjust, did not improve. The silence remained, and something else appeared beneath it, a quiet steadiness. Not comfort, not calm, just steadiness. The moment no longer needed his supervision. In the next part of this story, a small moment later that night will gently deepen this realization, revealing how rest appears when we stop trying to manage even the quiet itself. Ben stayed where he was. That alone felt unfamiliar. The habit to adjust had been strong for so long that stillness felt almost like doing something wrong. The silence did not change. It did not reward him. It did not resist him. It simply existed. He noticed how the urge to control came in small waves. A thought appeared. I should do something useful with this time. Another followed. At least I could tidy up one more thing. Neither thought was loud. They sounded reasonable, responsible. The Buddha taught that control often disguises itself as care. Ben felt how his body responded to these thoughts. A slight leaning forward, a readiness in the hands, a breath held just a little too high. He noticed all of it, and for the first time, he did not act on it. He let the wave pass. It felt uncomfortable at first, like holding a sneeze, like stopping a movement halfway. But then something softened. The urge weakened, not gone, but quieter. He felt the chair beneath him more clearly now. The weight of his thighs, the support under his back. The floor held his feet steadily. He realized how much trust was already present. The chair did not need his help. The floor did not need guidance. Even the room did not need management. The Buddha taught that when we trust the body, the mind slowly follows. Ben placed one hand gently on his chest, felt the slow, steady beat there, unchanged, reliable, no control required. The silence began to feel different, not something to fix, something to rest inside. He noticed sounds that had been hidden before. A distant car passing, the faint hum of electricity, the soft rhythm of his own breath. Each sound came and went on its own. Nothing needed his supervision. The realization arrived quietly. Control had never been about making things better. It had been about calming his fear that things might fall apart without him. But sitting here now, nothing was falling apart. Life was moving gently, unaided. Ben leaned back slightly and allowed his head to rest against the chair. His neck relaxed. The space around his eyes softened. The breath dropped lower into his chest. In Out. The silence widened, not empty, spacious, like a room without furniture. There was nothing to trip over, nothing to adjust. Time passed without being counted. Ben felt a deep tiredness arrive, not exhaustion. The kind of tiredness that comes when vigilance finally rests. He noticed how often he had been holding life together. Small adjustments, constant checking, corrections, all unnecessary. The Buddha taught that true safety comes from letting go, not from holding on. Ben felt that truth sink into his body. Muscles loosened that he hadn't known were tight. The jaw softened, the shoulders dropped. The urge to control returned once more. Faint, almost polite. "Are you sure this is okay?" He did not answer it. He didn't need to. The silence answered for him. Nothing bad happened. Nothing needed intervention. The moment held itself. As the evening deepened, Ben felt ready for bed. Not because he had finished anything, but because he had stopped managing. He stood up slowly and turned off the light. The darkness felt gentle, not threatening, just dark. Lying in bed later, he noticed how quickly his body settled. No adjusting, no fixing, just weight meeting support. The silence followed him into the room, and this time it felt like a companion, not a problem. The Buddha taught that when control loosens, trust naturally arises. Ben felt that trust now, not as an idea, as a sensation. His breath slowed. The space between thoughts widened. The need to manage faded into the background. In the next part of this story, a brief moment in the middle of the night will quietly complete this lesson, showing how deeply rest arrives when control finally releases its grip. Sometime during the night, Ben woke gently, not because of a sound, not because of a thought, just a soft return to awareness. The room was dark, quiet, the kind of quiet that no longer asked to be fixed. He lay still, noticing the weight of the blanket on his body, the steady support beneath him. For a moment, the old habit tried to appear. Should I adjust? Should I turn over? Should I do something? The thoughts were faint, almost tired themselves. Ben did nothing. He noticed how the body knew how to rest without instruction. The breath moved slowly, in, out. The silence wrapped around the room like a gentle presence. It did not feel empty. It felt complete. The Buddha taught that when control falls away, life reveals its natural balance. Ben felt that balance now. Not perfect, not dramatic, just steady. The urge to manage had loosened so much that it no longer had strength. He realized something quietly profound. All evening, all day, all his life, he had been trying to help moments happen correctly, trying to guide them, smooth them, protect them. And here was this moment, unguarded, unmanaged, holding itself perfectly well. Nothing had collapsed. Nothing had gone wrong. Rest had arrived on its own. The thought drifted through him like a soft breeze. I don't have to hold everything together. The thought did not linger. It did not need to. The body understood. His muscles softened further. The space behind his eyes relaxed. Awareness faded gently. Sleep returned without effort. In the morning, light entered the room quietly. Ben woke feeling steady, not energized, not especially refreshed, just grounded, as if something heavy had been set down during the night. He noticed how he moved more slowly, more gently. He did not rush to check anything, did not scan the room for things to fix. He made coffee and stood by the window while it brewed. The morning unfolded without instruction. Birds moved, cars passed. The world did what it did, and he did not need to manage it. The Buddha taught that when we stop controlling life, we discover that life has always known how to live. Ben felt ready, not to do, just to be. As you rest here now, listening, you may notice how the body relaxes when control softens, when nothing needs to be arranged, when nothing needs to be supervised. Life moves, breath moves, sleep moves, all on their own. Now, we will allow everything to settle completely. There is nothing more to understand, nothing more to release, only rest. Now, you don't need to hold anything together. Not the day, not your thoughts, not your feelings. Everything can rest. The stories can fade quietly. They do not need to be remembered. Like ripples settling on still water, they dissolve once the movement ends. Tonight, we did not try to improve ourselves. We did not search for answers. We did not chase peace. We simply noticed what happens when effort softens, when decisions can wait, when explanations are not required, when moments are not measured, when expectations loosen, when control releases its grip. This is the heart of the Buddha's teaching. Not adding something new, but letting go of what was never needed. So now, allow your body to sink fully. If you are lying down, feel how the surface beneath you supports you effortlessly. You do not need to support yourself anymore. Let the shoulders drop. Let the jaw soften. Let the tongue rest gently. There is nowhere else to go tonight. Bring your attention to the breath, not to guide it, not to slow it, just to feel it. Breathing in, breathing out. Each breath arrives on its own. Each breath leaves on its own, just like thoughts, just like moments, just like this day. If a thought appears, let it pass. If a feeling arises, let it move through. Nothing needs to be fixed. Nothing needs to be managed. Even sleep does not need to be invited. Sleep comes naturally when the body feels safe and the mind stops holding on. With each exhale, sink a little deeper, as if the weight of effort is melting away. If you are still awake, that is perfectly fine. If you drift in and out, that is perfectly fine. If you fall asleep now, that is exactly right. Nothing more is required. Life is allowed to move on its own, and you are allowed to rest inside it. Good night. Sleep deeply.
you.